Good evening, everyone, and welcome to Austin by Starlight. In the last episodes where we left off, our coterie has been on a bit of an adventure of their own, having taken down some ghosts, having pursued some personal endeavors, having started plans on the wedding, having turned the farm into a barony of its own. There's so many things that have gone on in this coterie that sometimes it takes a moment for some of these vampires to take a moment to catch their breath, as it were, and re-evaluate where it is that they stand in this weird city. Pax has been on a bit of an emotional roller coaster, dealing with some things that Yvette's brought up in the recent past. Pax, why don't you talk to us about that a little bit? Catch us up on what you've been doing on the side as things get tense on both sides.
I've been spending a lot of time in my own thought, trying to figure out where my next step is. After visiting the basilica and the graveyard and talking to Antonio Hernandez, Boss Hernandez's father, had some interesting revelation. You know, for those of us in the mob, nothing is more important than the family. Nothing is more important than standing by people that fight by your side every night and every day. And I found out that Boss Hernandez shot and killed his own father, dragged his corpse, his grave, into another country, and locked his ghost down by some unknown means. How on earth, why on earth would someone do that to their own family? And if he's capable of doing that to his own father, what's to stop him from doing that to me? Yvette raised some points that I can't argue with. That one day she can, not one day, but she can rely on me always turning to Don Hernandez. And I can't argue with that. She's right. And that bothers me. Why is it that I always go back to him? No matter what happened, I always go back to him. Always.
Sometimes to the point where it makes you sick to your stomach. You need him. You need his blood. And that's probably the most cruel part of it all. Is you don't crave his company. You don't crave his love. You find more and more with each day that it's just that void, empty taste that you want. Because it's the closest thing that you can feel to actual affection for the man. Otherwise, who is he? These are the thoughts running through your mind as you walk from your car into the coterie house tonight, pondering before everyone else arrives. Alistair, you've been here and there running errands to and from, between running things for your business and collecting some oddities that might be of value to those in the higher echelons or even the lower echelons, physically speaking, of the domain of the city of Austin. What are some of your thoughts in why it is that you're doing this?
Well, since I've had some downtime to think, going through events that have happened, I realized that things need to be solidified. Goals need to be accomplished. And things need to be safer and easier to react. There's too much unknown and too much chaos to be able to look at the board and see where all the pieces are. I think it's time to work on trying to clear off some of the unneeded pieces. Work towards shoring up our defense.
Shoring up the defenses. What could the Tremere possibly see on the horizon that others don't? Is he even gifted in the same ways as our Malkavian friends in this coterie, who ever so slightly touch the fabric of reality? To see, to peer, to unveil. Which brings us to Deja, probably the most skilled in such a feat when it comes to the pair of Malkavians in this coterie. Has aspirations to become even more well known than her own sire. Her sire being a relatively insightful being in the city of Austin.
Deja has spent a lot of time contemplating her father's last words about the coming storm, and not knowing what kind of storm is coming. Bit of a confusion and conundrum as to how to shore up what is unknown, with no idea how to focus or where to focus. Been too long without having been to the coterie house. Should probably make an appearance at least this evening. Get back in touch and start solidifying those ties to each of them.
Become reacquainted with those whom you were spending a lot of time with prior to being drawn away to your farm, as it's been declared its own domain and thus not under the protection of Baron Kane. The Baron under which you all, the domain in which this Scudery house rests. The Baron that Yvette finds herself most loyal to. What are your thoughts, Yvette, as you walk into the coterie house tonight? Oh, you're muted again. Oh, there you are.
I try not to overwhelm myself with the concerns of small things. Truth is my discussion with Mademoiselle Cosetta has allowed a small bit of clarity. My discussion with our rival Baron has given me a understanding of who it is that we stand against. I am unsure if Baron Kane is a worthy Baron indeed. But he is my Baron. For now, I serve him in the interests of this domain. The revelation that Deja is able to interact, supposedly, with the things that have passed, that is concerning. I am no member of the Tremere, nor the Hecata, nor Malkavian. I have always moved forward against targets I can see, defeated with my own hands. But spirits, I'm afraid I have no defense. Monsieur Knight continues to lock himself away in the studies. I fear he may be going mad. And alas, in the back of my mind, I think of poor Dale. He proposed to me. And I am supposed to be happy to masquerade the blushing bride. But in truth, there is no safety. I cannot protect him forever. Not as things are now. My hope is that my service to my Baron, that my service to the coterie, will put me in a position to be able to defend him and Chris, at least until I must go. I look towards the city, and I only know one thing. At this point, I feel the drift in the winds of fate, and this does not serve a Ventru well. I have been stripped of my name, acknowledgement of my own lineage. Yvette Lacroix? No longer. And I bear these burdens in silence. I do not weep in front of my coterie when I can avoid. I instead try and end up showcasing them the strength that I must end up showcasing for the rest of them. In a storm, I am the rock. In times of strife, I am the guide. I am all the things that this coterie must have. Except one. One that they plead to me for. But in truth, I can never be. I am unsure what it would mean to have a true friend. or what it would mean to be one. And to me, it is little more than a title at this point. But I will continue. When I walk into the coterie house, I try to just go about it as I normally would, preparing myself for an evening. I am under no contract and ends up putting myself at the disposal of the coterie. However, few errands would certainly bide a bit of time. I must see Monsieur Ball, specifically to get in contact with the Baron. He will wish to know that I have made contact from across the lines. And rather he hear it from me than anyone else. It would also afford me an opportunity to perhaps gain some insight into what he is actively doing. My fear is that he simply rests on his laurels, turning a blind eye to the things that are, and putting myself, my coterie, and my family at risk, to which I find this unacceptable.
Well, one would hope that he's a more active Baron than that. So, as we start this new day, and the four of you are together in the coterie house, whether you're reading a book, mingling with each other, or anything else, I would like you all to make a rouse check on this new night.
Success.
ST,
Mm-hmm.
I have a housekeeping question.
Yes.
In all of the downtime, would I have had time to heal health from last time I was playing? I think I had caught Rebar in an unconventional way.
Aha. I would. Well, you can heal. You can heal per normal.
Yeah, I have no aggravated.
Yeah, you can heal per normal with a rouse check for each superficial.
Okay.
Pax, you are very hungry this morning, aren't you? This evening, rather.
Okay. I am good now.
And healing
I'm
up.
certainly.
Go ahead.
Sorry.
I get a little hungrier.
Mm-hmm.
I'm certainly feeling a little hungrier than I was the night before.
Mm-hmm. Two rather hungry kindred as they're walking into the coterie house. The others, the waking tonight was somewhat effortless. Simply rolled out of bed without a fuss, going about your usual routines, and thus ending up here at the coterie house. Now, together, what do you do?
Pax sinks into one of the chairs and just kind of watches, seemingly off in her own little world. She's got a lot to think about right now.
I would close my book and look over to Pax. Pax, it is good to see you. I have been busy lately, and we haven't had a chance to catch up. How have you been?
I've been. I notice you've been up in your room. Find anything interesting in those books?
A few odds and ends that I'd like to test out. But mostly I've been working on building my stock and expanding my business.
Hmm. Interesting.
Yes, I think it might become useful before long, but how about you? What have you been up to since, well, the last fiasco we had to deal with as a group?
Trying to put myself back together.
Oh, you look good, at least.
Pax lifts up her shirt, and there's still this gaping hole in the side of her, in her
Oh,
side, where she's been
okay,
caught by rebar. And she's still
okay.
not quite there, but she's mostly back together.
Well, looks can be deceiving, I guess.
That's the point.
Uh, well, if there is anything I can do to help, you know I'm always at the coteries disposal.
Well,
Always,
unfortunately,
huh? Sorry, what were you saying?
Mademoiselle Cosetta, Monsieur Knight, Mademoiselle Deja, I regret to inform you, but I do have an errand. I am going to be leaving. I should be back in about 2 hours. So if there is anything you need or anything of the such, I will ask that you end up making your request now. Unfortunately, it is further business of kindred like that I have to end up settling before I can end up being free for the rest of the evening for you all. But if there's
I
anything I can do along the time, please make it known.
I would like to pick your brain and have a conversation when you're at your convenience. I do
Oh,
not want to keep you from your obligation.
regarding what, Monsieur Knight?
Future plans and ambitions.
I was unaware you were capable of such things.
Well, I can surprise you every once in a while.
One could hope. I pray for that day to be made manifest. I will continue holding my breath, bated with anticipation, no doubt.
Well, that is
Mademoiselle
the. Oh,
Pax,
Yeah.
will you be requiring us to step aside for a moment?
I think I'm okay for now. I'm
Do
gonna go speak to, well, you
I
know,
am aware.
regarding our discovery the other evening.
If you think
So,
that is wise.
well, keep your phone on. That's all I'm saying.
At your behest, Mademoiselle Cosetta. She lowers her head slightly.
is there anything I can do for either of you in the interim, downtime before you all return and we figure out what we need to do together?
I have very few suggestions, but in case I do need a liability, I will quickly call upon you, Monsieur Knight.
I will keep my
Pardon,
phone.
the alibi. Pardon, English is still difficult for me at times.
Ah, yes, we were together all night. We had a wonderful conversation about books. You were telling me about French literature.
I will have to end up looking up some then. She closes her case and picks it up beginning to take her leave towards the door, treating perhaps Mademoiselle Deja a look. And if no response is given, she simply lowers her head and nods in acknowledgement.
Deja would nod to Yvette. If you need anything, you got my number.
Always ready to end up performing service. I appreciate that, Mademoiselle Deja. Let us hope that that call does not come too soon.
Well, y'all have a good evening. Watch your backs out there.
She simply nods, begins to make her way to the door. She is going to be heading towards Monsieur Ball's residence, as she has made an appointment to discuss her want to end up seeing the Baron.
All right. Pags, Alistair, Deja, what's on your agenda?
Well,
Well,
as soon as Yvette is out of earshot, Pax looks at both Alistair and Deja. She gestures for Deja to come and sit.
Deja will walk over and sit near Pax.
I've been keeping something from you both. And I have to ask that, are you both able to keep a secret for me?
You should know I have more than ample abilities to keep secrets.
Pax's eyes specifically are on Alistair.
I have not been the best at it. I am endeavoring to feign ignorance as opposed to giving away more information than I am used to. I will endeavor to never give up a secret willingly.
Well, this particular secret puts my life on the line. But I need a way to not be tethered.
Well, if the only thing I can think of that is fair is if for some reason that confidence is broken from me, my life would probably be forfeit as well.
I'm glad to hear it. Gives me some confidence in it. I'm in a position, and I'm not quite sure where my head's really at. Do either of you understand what a blood bond is?
I probably would. But do I, ST?
Intelligence occult from both of you. It's a term often thrown around, but let's just see how much you know.
4 and I can reroll another 3.
Is that what you want to do, or is that what or is 4 plenty?
You know what? Just to ensure, I will do a reroll as well. Because I...
Ooh.
Okay, 6.
And for Deja?
Six. Critical.
Phew. Okay.
Oh, we've missed those dice.
6 for both of you. Instantly when she says those words, you know exactly what it means. You know you both know. The general specifics of a blood bond is that you taste the blood of another kindred. You are, in a sense, drawn to them. And the more you do so, night after night, the stronger and stronger that sort of monstrous affection becomes stronger and stronger, to the point where you no longer have a sort of will of your own. You become a slave to the donor. It's been said in some cases that some kindred are even embraced with a sort of head over heels need for this blood bond. Others are so weak of will that they can't resist it. Others are there's so many variations of the flaw itself that to be able to iron out how exactly it's going to affect another kindred is a little up in the air as to how severely it will affect them. But the guarantee is, once you've done so, even just the once, is a road to slavery. No longer having one's own control. No will to resist their donor.
Alistair would nod and kind of cross his legs and kind of like basically like start stroking his chin, thinking for a moment. I think things are falling into place.
Really?
And to kind of play off that crit a little bit for you, Deja.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have to roll a premonition for this.
Mm-hmm.
When you look at Pax right now,
Yes.
your mind kind of drifts for a moment. And there is a string attached to her. Where it leads, you would have to follow it to know exactly where it goes. But there is a string wrapped around her neck.
Does it resemble the string I saw at the farm?
Remind me again what that instance was?
With the use of premonition, I saw 3 strings from 3 separate individuals meeting at the farm when Mr. Douglas brought his dignitary from San Antonio. And the Dawn had one of the strings. But I didn't know where they went or to who.
Yes. And they're blood red.
They were all blood red strings, but I didn't see to whom they went or just
Exactly.
that they were there.
Just that they were there. In this case, you can see very clearly on Pax that it is wrapped around her neck and, in a sense, squeezing. Now, she doesn't seem to be affected by any kind of short of breath because you don't need to breathe.
Right.
But it's clear enough that you can see it.
Deja sits forward on the edge of her seat. Now, darling, my understanding of such things is that, given enough time, we have no more ability to fight such things than the kind that we bind to ourselves as well.
That's a thought. See, I have a predicament. When I was brought to this side of the world, something affected my blood to the extent where I'm put at a great risk of blood bonding. I can't feed from anything but kindred.
I'll just start nodding. I had a theory after I tried to help you heal after the art fiasco. I guessed wrong. I thought you may have had the predicament of the previous occupant of the house, but I can see now where the error in my logic.
Similar in some senses, but completely different in the end.
Predicament. What predicament would that be?
If you didn't know about the former owner of the house, he or she could only sustain themselves through.
I,
Go
I'm
ahead.
aware. I'm aware of the former owner. You said of a particular predicament that caused you to help try and heal her. What predicament?
Dawn
Um,
gave us a job where we had to go out and figure out problem that was being caused on the other side of the city. Problem turned out to be a spirit that could go corporeal and throw rebar across great distances.
some of us were better at catching them than others, but just not with our hands.
I assume you were one of those. And she looks at Alistair. From your
I
tone, it sounds like maybe you did some catching too, Pax.
The damage that I ended up taking was when Yvette and I returned to the scene to dig up the corpse and give the entity what it was after. Justice. Or at least somebody at least knowing about its death.
I see.
Of course, it wasn't without some difficulties.
I
Damn
can
thing
imagine.
just about killed Yvette and I. Again.
I can imagine. Typically, only the truly angry and vengeful spirits been here a while have those abilities.
Hadn't been here long. It was just pissed off.
Yeah, truly vengeful fits into that.
Yvette has been providing me blood where she can. But as I said, this is a predicament.
You let me
I have
know.
been
Sorry.
I've been feeding from Don Hernandez since the day I was turned.
That would incur a great price.
And Yvette has gotten all in my head. And now I'm wondering, I'm wondering if all my thoughts are really my own. If my loyalty is really my own.
There is an easy and logical way to deal with it. Coffee, given the role that I made, I would have knowledge that time basically weakens the bond.
Time weakens the bond, but you also know that time away strengthens the craving.
Yes.
Especially when that person's in the room.
It will not be without difficulty on your part. But I have a proposal, if you wish to hear it.
I'm all ears.
I let you in on a secret of mine a little while ago. I don't know if you remember. But I think I can leverage that to help you.
What secret was this?
Before I say that, what my plan is there is a way to weaken this bond. You can eventually be sure that you're of your own mind. Though doing so will make you crave what you have not had in a while. Especially if you get close to them.
And especially if she gets hungry.
The hungrier you are, the more difficult it may be to resist. But if you have the willpower, you can be of your own mind again.
My concern lies as if Don Hernandez has done this intentionally, making it so I could never stand against him.
That in itself would give you answers. It may not be one that you would want.
If he took notice at all, I cannot begin to imagine what he would do. And as she's talking, her eyes seem to kind of glaze over as she's remembering everything that spirit of Don Hernandez's father told her. Passes through her head.
You are aware a kindred of his age knows what bonds are carried with our blood, and for those who feed on.
It's not something I wanted to think about.
He wouldn't do that to me. He wouldn't do that to
But
me on purpose, would he?
But even if you are to break that bond, what's to stop a new one from forming?
See where my predicament lies?
That is where I come
No.
in.
There's
No.
another factor here. Your vet's the one that's been feeding me blood.
So
And
are
I have concerns. But her getting all up in my head. She would be the one to take the leash.
Well, has anything she said been wrong?
Would she know at this point?
Even if it had been wrong. Even if it hadn't been wrong. Does that make it any less problematic?
As I said,
You can tell the truth and still fuck someone over.
Of course, that's not what I was saying. I'm assuming it's been conversations along the lines of this bond and what the bond can do to you.
Yeah.
Probably that the Dawn did know, and that at least on some level it was intentional. Now,
How can I be sure that she wouldn't jump on the opportunity, given it arises?
ST, I have a question.
Sure.
With my role on the bond, would I know that if one is that in full of effect if another can take its place or challenge it in any way?
No, you both
No.
would know that that once a leash, as
Hmm.
Pax has been calling it, has been
Yeah.
established, it's it's set in stone. No
Yeah.
other blood bonds can actually overtake it.
That's what I was asking.
Yeah, you would know that,
Um.
or
Now.
at least have the insight for it. Alistair would know it. You would have the insight for it.
Okay. Now, Mr. Knight, correct me if I'm wrong, but a bond such as the one we're talking about potentially, uh, with Pax and the Dawn here, haven't been established as long and as in stone, as it were. No other bond can challenge.
Yes, if I have a
Take its
moment, I'd like to lay out the
place.
rest of my plan, which would solve this. I don't know if you remember the conversation we had, Pax, but this is also something that I do not wish to get out because, well, secrets have power. One of the predicaments of my being turned, I could help you, Pax, keep fed, and you would not have to worry about a bond.
That's the secret you were talking.
Yes.
I ain't gonna lie, I did consider it.
This is something that I would enter to with you willingly under certain conditions.
What would those conditions be?
Depending on how much you need, if I am to the point of being hungry where I might not be able to control myself, you help me feed and replenish without trying to hurt anyone.
Interesting proposition.
I would like to not leave a body if I can help. I can't change what I am, but I will try to keep who I am.
Before anything else goes forward, Mr. Knight, do you understand how much blood it takes?
Yes, I am aware of the theory of it. The other condition I
Yeah.
have is that you will only take what I give willingly. Should you
Well,
try
obviously.
to. Well, I just wanted to make one thing clear. Should you try to do more, it will not end in a positive way for you due to
I don't
certain things.
intend on diablerie.
No, I would not expect you to willingly do that. I'm just saying we should try to keep it under management so that, well, I don't need protection from you like I might need from someone else. If we can keep your cravings down, keep you out of losing control, it should be relatively straightforward. This involves a great deal of trust, which has not been the strongest suit of our coterie.
Well, that's what I'm trying to establish right now.
I am stupid and naive enough to believe that.
My condition. It's enough to get me killed. People hear that you're a blood lead. pretty damn quick to want to put a stake in your back and put you out in the sun. Because you're a problem. You're a danger.
We're all dangerous in our own ways. You just happen to pose a particular danger to our kind more than any other.
I predate on my own kind.
Exactly. Not too many folks would take too kindly on being fed upon.
Yeah, you're telling me.
But as far as this goes, y'all tell me what you need and I'll do what I can to help.
It's appreciated.
You know I've
Well,
always got your backpacks.
in the immediate, Deja, should it ever get to the point that Pax might have trouble controlling herself, I will need you to help make sure that we both walk away from the encounter.
If I'm available.
Do y'all
D.
remember in those first nights when we got to know one another? When we were organizing to get rid of the ghost in this.
Yeah.
And that night when our dear friend arrived, San Antonio, and I lost control and tore open a bag that she brought with her.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. That's the kind of shit you're looking at if I get too hungry.
I assumed as much, but I figured you'd tell me when you were ready.
Sometimes I don't admit to it and let it go too long.
How bad are you feeling right now?
I'm functional. Little
Okay.
peckish, but beyond that.
Well,
That's why your vet wanted to know if it was time for us to step aside into another room.
That makes so much more sense now.
yes.
All those little secret chats between us.
Yeah.
Well,
I've been wondering about those myself. Now, I can't give you the same offer, but you know if you need it. And I have
I
it.
know.
All you need do is ask.
The reason I'm bringing this to y'all has very little to do with wanting to feed off of you.
I'm aware.
This is a way of spreading power. Yes. The larger my pool is, the less control someone can have over me.
The less any one person can control.
That's
Yeah.
exactly right.
Now,
I'm gonna go talk to the Dawn tonight. I found out that he shot his father, dragged him here to Austin, and magically bound him, his spirit, to this place. I need to know why.
you have my number. You know how to get in touch with me, and you know if it's an emergency, just text me 911 and I'll be on my way.
I figured it was about time you pair knew.
if going to go see the Don, I think we should make some preparations before you go.
Like what?
For one, trying to heal yourself up a little bit and, well, let's just say top off.
I doubt he'll kill me. If anything,
I've-
he'll just lock me away so I can't go anywhere until he's sure that I won't fight him anymore.
You do not have to face this alone. If you do not wish.
Max, your mind immediately goes to La Muerta. She's around.
He is. But she also can't help but let her mind wander to that missing pinky of hers. And what she did to Maurice.
What might happen to Maurice? What might
What
happen
might happen.
to
Julian, to her father, to any of her coterie mates. They get locked up in this. What he might force her to do if anyone went with her. While I appreciate your offer for backup, the hold that's on me, I'm not sure I could say no to anything that he asked of me. I've already hurt one person I care about. Cut off his little finger as punishment. Because I was told to.
You're even just worried about confronting him. What that would mean for you. Much less anyone else.
She's terrified. What else can she do?
Questions of loyalty.
If she
aside.
runs,
Sorry.
he hits everybody she cares about. If she stands, he hits everybody she cares about. Regardless of what she does, she's fucked. So might as well go head on into the fire.
Take Yvette's example. Face it with dignity. Like she would. Because if it's gonna suck either way, might as well have the choice in which way it's gonna suck.
Maybe the only choice she ever gets.
Now, I have a question. Pax. When we had that meeting, no, I forget what, a couple months back, you said it Some of the things being discussed were in regards to helping with how you feed. Am I thinking you're talking about what you were saying?
It was to get blood flow into the city.
And thereby being you could feed more freely.
I've seen no movement of that outside of Don Hernandez being able to supply me with more blood.
Every time you do, reinforcing.
That's all I can think.
Okay.
You see a very you see that Deja is focused very intently upon your neck. Not exactly why or what, but that she has a very intense focus on your neck. If Alistair's paying attention, he would probably notice it too.
Alistair's deep in thought. I'm going to be honest with you, Pax. I know you have a great love for the Don. We will find out in time whether that is your true feelings or if it's influenced. But as much as he did save you, I don't think he's a good influence on you as well.
Tried to tell me that once before.
If you are going to meet him tonight, give me about an hour to prepare myself. Then you can, well, there's no nice way to say it. You can top off as much as you can and heal. Try to make yourself whole and presentable. So that way you're in as best a form as you can should anything happen. That is, while it is not my, I don't have the power to stop you from going by yourself. It is a humble request as someone that would like to see you come back from this.
Alistair, at this point, going in with the questions she has, if she brings anybody else with more liability than if she goes by herself.
I'm not planning to go with her. She already made that clear.
I understand. My concern is that it would be a waste of your blood.
If it stacks the odds even 1% in your favor, I don't consider it a waste.
If it's a question of you walking back out, coming back in here, as opposed to not, take the advantage while you can.
Very well. I'll wait now.
Okay. Alistair is going to pull out his cell phone, and he is going to go to the tried and true app of Grinder.
Because of course he is.
Boy, if you give me
He's
AIDS.
he is ordering takeout. Okay.
Going to Grinder and ordering takeout. Perfect.
Yep.
I would like you, in that case, to make a... since this is going to be more of a sort of siren feeding for you, it will be a charisma and subterfuge
Copy that.
as a hunting roll.
Three successes.
I believe the domain requires 4.
I will use the reroll then.
Alright.
Set. Okay, I can reroll.
Or you can succeed at a cost.
What's the cost?
The cost being there will be some kind of intervention when Pax goes to meet the Dawn.
No, I'm not going to risk that.
Okay.
I'm just thinking of Julian and going, no.
Come on, baby.
No bites. No bites on the ever reliable Grinder app.
It's okay. It's a slow night. It is the
Nobody's swiping
weekdays.
right on you, sadly.
Okay, I wasn't able to get what I wanted.
Can you still offer to top off as you are? And then you and I can take care of whatever you need.
While that's happening too, Pax
Yeah,
is
because
actually gonna
he's
heal
taking
that
about an
aggravator.
hour. Yeah. He's taking about an hour to try and set up some kind of date, but it doesn't work out.
She does get hungrier, but she manages to heal the aggravated.
Oh, you need one more rouse check on that.
Oh, is it 3?
Yep.
Oof.
You're very hungry. Very hungry to knit yourself together. Does that make you whole?
Yes, it does.
You are
It makes it
complete.
fucking hungry.
But you are very, very hungry. You watch as Alistair is trying to chat up a couple of potentials. You don't want to wait. You don't want to wait to sink your teeth into his neck. You don't want to wait until he's topped up.
She's sitting there as she's healing, watching her finger grow out and knit and the flesh growing to cover it. And for every second that it's healing, that hunger is going up and up and up and up. You better have a good meal, Alistair.
We can take care of that after. I'm not getting any luck.
I think at this point, you may want to look at more than one. Pax. Can you control it?
What hunger level are you
Just
at?
full.
With some
She is
effort?
now at full.
With some effort? Yes.
Just barely.
Okay.
Well.
Am I seeing any more visible wounds? Are you like healed or?
Yeah. Even that pinky of hers has completely grown back.
Okay, so you don't have to do any more additional healing.
No.
Oh,
She's
full.
Okay.
She's done.
Oh,
Full health.
Okay.
Dacia is telling you not so subtly that you shouldn't be trying to look to either just one of us to be fed, but potentially both of us at this point.
Okay. I'm going to need your help, Deja, after this.
I'm aware.
I'm going to walk over, rolling up my sleeve. and I will present it to Pax.
Just to be clear,
Pax,
are you just walking up or are you setting up somehow?
I am just walking up.
Okay.
If Deja wants to set up I am trusting Deja to be able to help if need be. If not, I have a failsafe.
Okay.
When he gets within 5 feet of her, Dacia is going to stand up, paying very close attention. If either one of them should look like they're losing it, she's prepared to act immediately.
Okay.
Pax leans back in the seat, putting her head over the back of it and says, "Don't you dare just stick that in my mouth."
As you wish. And he'll pull out his
Move
fancy
around
ass.
behind me.
I was getting to that. He's going to pull out his fancy ass pocket knife and open the blade. He's going to walk around behind and make a small incision on his wrist into one of the veins and let the blood flow.
All right. Pax, as soon as the flavor of his vitae touches your tongue, I need you to make me a hunger frenzy. Difficulty 3.
I have something I'm going to do
Four.
if it happens.
Humanities at 6.
Mm-hmm.
No modifiers?
Nope.
Ooh,
Difficulty 3. You meet.
She
It's
is
barely.
gripping. Her fingernails are digging into the couch as she is gripping this thing hard enough to make the foam disintegrate under her hands.
Trying to pretend like you're shackled down. Trying to pretend that you don't want to just leap out of this chair and guzzle every last drop out of Alistair.
And it's so damn hard. This flavor that she's not had before. Something new on her tongue.
It's strange. It's a light and delicate flavor. It's learned, intelligent, resourceful. Tastes like knowledge. It tastes whimsical. Like a fantasy. Like there's something there that shouldn't be real. But you can also feel like it's not, it doesn't draw you like the Dawn's does. It doesn't draw you in any one direction. It simply is flavor. It's blood.
How many dots do I get?
how many dots are you willing to take?
How many dots are you willing to give is the better question. She's at 4 hunger, my dude.
Are you putting yourself up to 4 hunger, Alistair?
Alistair, let me think about this for 1 second. He trusts in Deja. He's worried about Pax.
Mm-hmm.
And he's prepared to take on a risk to himself. I will give her 3 dots of blood.
You're putting yourself at hunger 4.
I'm putting myself at hunger 5.
Hunger 5.
Holy shit.
Okay. Choices have been made. Pax, it continues to pour this viscous, lightly flavored blood into your mouth. At first you're gripping the couch like you have to pretend that you are not mobile. And over the course of time, as you're letting it sort of coat your throat, going down into your belly, and as more and more of it is being released by Alistair, you feel relieved that for the time being you are down to hunger 1 and are mostly satiated. That last little bit never truly goes away.
That last little bit, she reaches up and licks the wound closed.
Alistair will probably stand there for a moment, composing himself. And when he opens his eyes, there's going to be kind of a wildness to them.
You could have stopped at any time.
I know. I don't ever plan to let things get this bad again, but given what may happen tonight, I will take a risk to get you at your best.
Let's get you sorted before I go see the Don.
Preferably if we can find someone that, if I lose control and you can't stop me, I'd like to not take the life of an innocent. I don't really want to do that again.
Well, let's go see if we can't find you something to eat.
Okay. How do the 3 of you plan on making that happen?
Pax kind of looks to Deja because she's not familiar with hunting at all.
It's different for everyone.
Normally, oh, sorry.
I do not know Alistair's particular predilections on this.
Normally, I would either go hit up the bar scene or coax one of my students in, but I do not want to risk that you, given your line of work, might know of some unsavory people that, should the worst happen and they go missing, may not be missed.
Somebody's always missed. Even those unsavory characters that you're discussing still typically have somebody that will miss them.
True. It's either that or we just try to find someone that's isolated.
Are you looking for something particular, or just anything will do for you right now?
he will literally eat the
Broadside of
ass
a
end out
barn.
of.
Mm.
Yeah, he will eat the ass end out of anything.
But he
End
has,
of a northbound camel.
Yeah.
so he has mentioned, sort of going after criminals, and he has mentioned, uh, going after students. He has mentioned going after bars. So,
Right.
in there are some basic rules for that. So, which would you like to do?
He would prefer to go after a criminal, so
Okay,
maybe someone that Pax would know.
so I'm gonna call that. I'm gonna call that a.
You don't know all people that are on your side. You know some enemies too.
I'm gonna call that an intelligent streetwise hunting roll.
You want me to roll it?
Alistair can roll it, but he can get assistance.
I can help.
Well,
Okay.
I will definitely assist.
All right, so
Yeah,
that's at a
I
plus
have
2.
it's okay. It's a straight intelligence roll for me.
Oh, that is very poor for you. That's
Yeah.
probably the worst idea.
Well, it's who he would have rather go after,
Okay.
and he was banking on maybe Pax doing a streetwise.
If you want Pax to lead the roll, she can. Pax, are you going to lead the roll for him?
I can do that.
Okay.
I will still assist.
So
No, I will.
putting a 1 on assist, and I'm assuming that Alistair can't assist.
Since he has only the intelligence, yeah, he doesn't have
Yeah.
streetwise. He is not familiar with streets
Oh, shit.
at all.
You know what? Willpowering it. Fuck it. Really?
Not a nothing.
Ugh.
No one's alone tonight. Not even the unsavory ones for that oppose the Dawn's sort of collection of people. Nobody seems to be alone, or there's no opportunity tonight. There doesn't seem to be enough of your quote enemies on the street tonight. It does eat up another hour of time.
Can I do a check to see if I would know where the most likely place to get a feed would be?
For that roll,
For any type of what he's mentioned.
anything that he's mentioned. Well, you definitely know that hitting up bars on 6th Street is a very viable place to feed. Kind of on purpose.
I'm assuming that's where they are already, because that'd probably be the most likely place to find criminals hanging out.
Yeah, you're in the area at least.
She's gonna lead them to a busy bar on 6th.
Okay.
And she's going to have a look out for the most sleazy asshole in the bar.
All right. That one is going to take up another hour of time, so you've been at this whole hunting thing for a grand total of 4 hours so far.
Ugh.
From what Alistair did on Grindr, to what you're doing at the bar, to what you're doing on the streets. This is going into hour 4.
Fair enough.
So, it's going to be a charisma subterfuge again.
Am I getting any assistance?
I can assist
assist.
that, or I can also helm that. I've got decent in each.
Okay.
What do you call decent in each?
I can assist.
All right, I will assist Alistair. in
Okay.
this.
Okay. So, Alistair, you're going to do a charisma subterfuge with a +2.
Okay.
The chase for this is a difficulty 3.
Okay. Are you shitting me?
Ugh.
You can succeed at a cost.
What's the cost this time?
The cost? The cost is it's somebody you know. Or somebody you know spots you. Somebody you know gets involved in this scene somehow. Somebody any one of you knows gets involved in the scene this somehow.
I'm sorry, guys. I gotta take it because I need to feed.
Mm-hmm.
This is going to be amusing. All right, Coffee. Let's see kind of fuckery you got for us.
Okay. First off, in order for you to have them simply be involved or to be the person that you're feeding on, I need to that's a high or low. Call which one is which.
Say that again.
High or low, which one's which. They get involved and simply see you, or they get involved by being the person you're feeding on. High or low.
Oh,
I reckon high for being fed on, low for being seen.
okay, that's fine. I'm trying to do the mental gymnastics of this. I'm way too tired. We'll go with what Pax said.
Okay. Low they're being fed upon. High they're being they're
Other
the
way around.
so
High they're being fed upon, low they're being seen.
They see it.
okay, and the one that you're wanting is low.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
All right. Alistair, finally you have something worth sinking your teeth into. A delightful person. You're not sure you caught their name, but you have enough patience within yourself to wait until you have a moment of privacy. And the privacy finally comes. You
Pax is gonna
indulge
stand
yourself.
up.
You indulge yourself and sink your teeth in. I need a hunger frenzy, difficulty 4.
Copy. Big money, no whammies. No modifiers.
Nope.
Oh,
Oh. By the skin of your teeth, my good sir.
oh, my luck had to turn around at some point.
It's all you can do to just tell yourself to be patient with it. It takes every bit of your being, essentially, to pull yourself together. That's be patient, drink slowly, savor it. Just take it one sip at a time. One sip at a time. You do have control over how much you take. How much are you taking?
How much can you take safely? I don't remember. It's been a while.
2 without risk of injury.
I will take 2 to get myself even-headed.
Okay. And just Just as you're finishing up with this delightful morsel, there's someone you spot. Someone who's around the corner. They may have seen you. You're not sure who it was. It's a silhouette. They seem to have taken off.
Pax is going to take off after.
All right, that's going to be a Dex Athletics.
I would try to jog my ass slowly behind them because I don't think I could have a chance in hell of catching.
All right, so Pax, make me that Dex Athletics. Let's see if you can catch this person.
I'm gonna. Yeah, I'll just leave that. Bad.
Did Deja see the silhouette?
You both were kind of standing watch, so yeah.
Okay. To give chase, you say it's a Dex Athletics?
Yep.
Alright. If Pax is taking off, Deja will too. Because, I need to know who this is. Oh, let's see. 4, 5, critical.
Oof. Yeah, Deja.
Thankfully, it's a 9 on the hunger die and not a 10.
Deja, it's as if your long form jogging training from back when you were in the military. It's as if that's coming back to you for steady but quick pace. But then you realize I don't have to breathe anymore. And you just take off at a reasonable speed for a human being your size. But and so you have that kind of control at least, but you run like a well-trained athlete running after this person, and you find yourself catching up very quickly. You see that it's a girl with long hair that's kind of just dashing off, kind of more quick jogging than actually running at a full sprint.
Do I recognize this female?
I don't know. Have you met her before?
I don't know.
Oh, yes, you have, because she's stayed at your place before.
Fuck.
Yes.
I had it covered
yes, I
up.
do know this girl. Yes, I do.
Yes. It's Mr. Knight's sister.
I'm going to stay on her. As I'm running, take my cell phone and text Alistair. Catch up with me.
Alistair's doing his best, but I could at best roll 2 dice to try to run her down.
Yeah, Pax and Alistair will eventually catch up.
Dacia's gonna stay on her and not let her get away.
Okay. Yeah, you could easily overtake her and stop her at whatever point you feel is necessary.
I'm at this point just following, not trying to scare her any further, because me suddenly coming up out of nowhere and stopping her is potentially going to scare her even more. But I'm not going to let her get to a vehicle and get out of there before I catch up.
It kind of looks like she was running back into the bar.
Before she can get to it, I'm going to try and stop her from getting inside somewhere.
Okay, you can easily do so.
Alright. Michelle.
What? Get off of me. What?
Why are
Deja.
you running? Are you alright?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Why are you running? I saw you come running down the street. Just, are you all right?
Yeah, I'm fine. I'm fine.
Insight.
Go ahead and insight. What's insight?
Yes. Okay. Three successes.
Okay. You look at her, and she's not really maintaining eye contact with you. She's obviously a little shaken about something.
Come on, Michelle.
No,
What's got you so rattled?
it's fine. It's probably nothing. I'm probably just making a big deal out of nothing. It's not really something that you need to worry about. What are you doing here?
I came to meet a friend. They're discussing looking at getting a bar.
Oh, that's
I wanted to
interesting.
check out the new place. Find out what kind of bar it is.
Well, there's all kinds.
Yeah. Have you been down the street to the one with the indoor bull riding?
I think I've been there once. It wasn't really my scene.
I'm not surprised.
I'm not a
Nothing but buckle polishes there.
Yeah, I'm not a country girl, so I'm a city girl.
Well, I think I heard your brother's around here. Were you here to see your brother, or are you just out all night on the town?
I was just out. I didn't expect to run into anybody I know. And
It
Alistair
is
and Pax,
dark
this is about
here.
when you'll catch up with them.
I'll compose myself before getting to her, so I don't look like
Daisy,
I just ran up.
Daisy, you look like it just took off there. What happened?
Well, look at who I found. Alistair,
Hey,
Pax.
sis.
Hey,
I don't
hi.
think you and I have met before, have we?
I don't know. I'm Michelle.
Um,
Yes, this is my
You,
sister, Michelle. Michelle, this is Pax.
I'm gonna do some risky business, rouse
Mm,
the blood to warm up.
okay. Just
Nice to meet you. I'm Pat.
pleasure. She puts as you put your hand out, she'll take it and shake it a little bit. But she only does it for a brief second and then kind of takes her hand back.
Do I notice that she's kind of off since we've spent so much time together?
Oh yeah, it's easy.
I would like
Sis,
to
what's
insight her to see how shaken she is at the moment.
Okay, practice is a way it's insight, but Alistair, you know her like the back of your hand.
what's wrong?
Nothing.
Why do you look like that you did the same day you broke one of Dad's trophies? You look worried about something, hon.
Max, you're certain. You're certain without a doubt. She saw Alistair feeding.
Just, you guys mind giving me a moment with my sis?
Hold on. What did you see?
What do you mean? I was...
You know exactly what I mean.
No, I don't.
You're avoiding eye contact. You might as well be shaking like a leaf.
Hon, what's wrong?
Alistair, you still have blood on your shirt.
Don't
I'll
look at
down.
him. Pax is gonna snap her fingers in front of her face. Look at me. Look me in the eye for a second. I want you to forget you ever saw anything. You didn't see your brother doing anything. Didn't see us. I want you to forget.
Is that an actual compel?
Cloud memory.
Yep. Cloud memory. No need to roll. She is a simple mortal. Her eyes kind of glaze over as she's looking at you, Pax. She just kind of begins as her eyes kind of glaze over, stare off into your eyes as if there's nothing there to stare into.
Pax is gonna gesture for Alistair to move. Like
Yeah,
to get out of sight.
I'm going to walk around the corner, and I'm going to... I imagine I'm in my street clothes.
Mm-mm.
So I'm going to probably ditch the hoodie that I have on in a dumpster or something to get rid of the bloody parts, and just go back to start, like, wait for her to come out and come out my t-shirt.
And when she comes out of it, she kind of blinks a couple of times and looks at you, Deja, and kind of smiles and says, "Oh, hi.
How are you this evening?
I'm good. What brings you here?"
I'm just out to meet a friend.
Oh, me too. I didn't expect to run into anybody else I know.
I'll start walking out now.
Aren't you gonna introduce us, Deja?
Pax, this is Michelle, Alistair's little sister.
Oh, you're Alistair's little.
This is Pax.
Nice to meet you. And she holds her hand out for Michelle to shake.
And she shakes your hand.
I can see which one of you's got the look in the family.
It's all him.
As I'm walking up, I'm going to say, you know damn well we're both cute.
Ugh.
Now, you know, Alistair, some girls don't like to hear that word.
I don't think
it's my
I'm cute
sister.
at all.
It's my sister, and I know it bugs the hell out of her, so that's why I said it.
Well, I'm not the one who gets lucky with dates, so.
That's
I
only
found
because
that
you don't
hard to
try.
believe.
Alistair was always the one who was very successful at dating when we were younger, right?
Well, I also tried a bit harder. You were always hitting the books harder than I was.
I mean, what do you expect? You were getting perfect grades. I had to keep up somehow.
I know. Part of me always felt bad about that. I never wanted to make things hard on you, but if I did that, it made things easier on me.
You always had it kind of easy, so.
In some ways.
But I have friends. I was only out for a smoke.
Okay. Well, You
Try
have
not to
fun
have
and
too much
stay
fun.
safe.
Yeah, you too.
Enjoy your evening. Always a pleasure, Michelle.
And
Have a good night.
I'm going to tell her about the whistling pig. Is it the whistling pig that we had? Oh, I
The
got this
the
written
blind
down.
pub, blind pig pub.
Blind pig.
Yep.
Yep, the blind pig pub.
Yep.
I found an awesome bar that it has a unique atmosphere. I've been telling my students to go check it out. Maybe you and your friends go over. It's off the strip, so it's not nearly as crazy.
Oh, I have to check it out sometime. Uh, right now, we're here.
Well, have fun and don't drive.
I'm not the one drinking.
Okay.
My
I'll
friends
Have a
that are
good
just
getting
night,
kind of
smile.
Michelle.
wild. So,
Was nice to meet you.
speaking of which, where did Alex go? She starts to wander off.
That was a little bit close.
Well, you beat me to the punch. I was going to take her aside, but thank you.
Why take her aside if I could see that it was going to be a problem right there and then?
Well, I wasn't sure to risk it out in the open. You know. But I'll just start walking back with Deja and Pax to the car. You know, there was something curious, or I was curious about Pax.
What's that?
What does entitled white boy taste like?
Like magic.
Interesting.
Like freedom.
Well, I have to get back to the house, and you have places to be. Please try to be safe.
I'll do what I can.
And with that, I think we're going to take a quick break. And when we come back, we'll see what sort of conversation Yvette will have with Mr. Ball. Be back in a few minutes, everyone. Welcome back, everyone, to Austin by Starlight. Meanwhile, while Pax, Alistair, and Deja are taking care of some personal matters before attending to a possible impromptu meeting with the Dawn later on this evening, Yvette has some meetings of her own to take care of. Introductions and the hellos and a little bit of small talk has already taken place between Yvette and Mr. Ball, getting some of the this is then that's out of the way between the both of them before either of them comes to the truer reason for the visit. Mr. Ball sitting at his desk, kind of leaning back in it, relaxing, one leg kind of crossed over the other, with the kind of showing off a little bit of sporting a pair of new cowboy boots, it seems, as he's wearing his typical outfit. It's a rather casual suit at the moment, but he kind of leans back in his chair a little casually as you're sitting in the chair across from him, and kind of raises a hand and leans his elbow against the desk, kind of leaning his hand on his head on his hand for the moment. So, what brings you here, my dear?
Unfortunately, matters have escalated amongst the coterie.
I see.
And questions have been arised. I am here to end up putting the minds at ease of the coterie, and in doing so, I must end up making contact with Baron Kane.
Ah, Baron Kane. How quickly are you looking to speak with him?
Preferably this evening.
Okay.
I would like to end up getting back to the situation, and hopefully things have not escalated while my presence has been removed.
Well,
Unfortunately, it is a coterie. I am sure you know on how these things go.
Yeah, coteries can tend to be a little on the road to escalation in a lot of different cases and a lot of different variety of situations.
Especially with their view of my betrayal to the Don. It has made the situation with myself and Mademoiselle Cosetta tenuous. We still end up operating well together, but at this point we are in a period of avoiding confrontation. I wish to ease tensions, but to do so, there are questions only the Baron can end up answering.
Ah, I see. I'm sorry to hear that things are tenuous between you.
It is... Pardon.
No, go ahead. This is you asked to see me, so
I asked to see you because I wish to go through proper channels, and you are the appropriate channel to do so. I find myself busying myself since Jacques has left the city.
yeah, he did leave rather abruptly, I think.
I was shocked to know he abided by the request. To be honest.
If I'm honest, I'm actually kind of surprised about that myself. He seemed pretty intent on taking you home to France when I saw him last. Not that I had any say in the matter, but you know, would have been a loss to this city, and I don't think
Do you truly believe that?
I think that you are a very skilled woman at what you do. And intelligent. Not exactly the most naive of neonates, as you are still very young, but at the same time, wizened beyond your very young years. And I think
You are none, sir.
that has a lot to do with your previous experience.
Oui. But if I am to be honest with myself, it took everything I had to not go with him.
I know that you've been pretty insistent on staying behind. What was it that made that decision for you?
It was said that when Napoleon came to the New World, that he burned the ships that they had sailed upon to make it clear that there was no going back. I do not know if this is such a fairy tale or not, but I understand the principle.
Gets the point across. Yep.
It focuses me. Since the final night when he left, he said something to me that has left me concerned. Pardon, even now upon thinking about it, it is something I try to avoid.
If there's anyone that you could share in what upsets you, it's another Ventrue, is it not?
It is because you are a Ventrue that I end up speaking it. I am no longer Lacroix. I have been announced by my sire and stricken from my lineage. Were they only to take back the blood, it would not pain me so. And my coterie does not understand the depth that means, and with me having the previous experience that you have earlier mentioned, I've had many decades to understand the meaning of it. And now I feel as though I have felt it. And that pains me greatly. I had the pleasure of meeting Baron Kane's opposite.
Ah.
They had told me something that I'm unsure if I understand the answer. They said clearly that Baron Kane is no true anarch.
Such as the rumor goes.
But I find myself with the question then, what makes an anarch? And what is my place amongst them? Even now, I play the role of a timid child. I do as is requested. I assist where I must, or where I can.
You still feel a leash, even though it's been let go.
Worse. I almost miss it.
Well, as a individual who's gone through many lifetimes by this point, and many different styles of city and could you even believe I went by another name? You grow over time, and in the many years that I've been an Anarch, sometimes I still do get those feelings. Get those feelings of, wouldn't life be just so much easier if I had my sire at my side telling me what to do when, and stand here, do this, say that? Wouldn't it just be so much easier? But then I think back to the events that kind of led up to what defined Anarch for me. And I wouldn't take it back for the world. Because to be an Anarch is to be free of those chains, yes. But really, it's to shape your own destiny.
And how does one do that without becoming your worst self? When I speak with my coterie, I imagine taking command of the room, as I have seen Jacques do, to, in no uncertain terms, command the coterie to do as is required. Instead, I stand paused and listen to them prattle. Try and take their concerns into mind and listen for consensus. It is inefficient, it is slow, it is ugly.
So much easier to just command the room. But that's not the Ventrue way, even as Anarchs.
We are the clan of kings. Ours is the right to rule by blood and prestige. And when you strip that away, what is a Ventrue amongst the Anarchs?
A pillar.
Ours. Pillar.
Support. Structure. Order and chaos. It doesn't have to be completely overt, Yvette, to kind of persuade your coterie to do what possibly might be good or bad. Whatever it is that you find in your morality that defines such things. But at the truth of it, no king worth his salt is alone. Whether you yourself are that king, or you are the pillar behind him. Jacques may have been a perfect example of someone who commands authority. A person who has drive and ambition and has a natural sort of gift for leadership. But not all Ventrue are leaders. Some Ventrue are the support for for instance, the Toreador King of, I think, Australia, or Prince. You could be... You don't have to be an authority of leadership. It comes very naturally, but...
Especially amongst those of the LaCroix blood, I am told.
Those of the LaCroix blood are indeed very, very much leaders by nature, but also Sebastian LaCroix is no longer prince.
She lowers her head, shamed at this very mention of such a name.
By all intents and purposes, he should not even be considered amongst the Ventrue, but there are still those who would claim that while he held princedom, that he was competent in what he did. Whether that's true or not, I'm not from LA, I don't know. But what I will say is that if you do not wish to have the name LaCroix, or it has been stricken from you, you don't have to be a LaCroix.
And yet, a name I had chosen for myself, one I would pursue, became almost meaningless the moment I had lost LaCroix. That I was to hope that I would bring dignitas to the lineage once more, even if I were Hanak. Now, such burdens are removed, and I do not feel light of heart. Mon cœur, my heart is heavy. And yet, I continue to go forward. But I don't know towards what. I was hoping... Pardon. I was hoping that I could end up meeting with the Baron. Have his mind upon the worries that I have, but more importantly, know the domain. With the Dawn betraying the Baron's trust, with the aggravation that is sure to happen, with the Anarchs unaligned with the Baron King. I do not intend to take the offensive. But I will be damned if I end up allowing this to crumble. If I am to deal with the devil, I would sooner deal with the devil I know. What is important to me here in America can be found here. And thus he has my allegiance. Until he proves himself to be so incompetent that it is no longer possible.
It's usually how that rolls. Until somebody comes up and rolls up on him and deposes him of his place, and something else new forms in the aftermath.
I don't intend for there to be an aftermath for quite some time.
Good, because I don't intend for that to happen either. I rather like Austin.
At this point, I have some information to the Don, of which I am unsure if he is aware or even cares. But I believe I have some insight that may prove valuable to the condition of his city. And I hope that it is worth his time for an audience in such short notice.
Well, I'll definitely put in that you're wishing to speak with him right away. And
Merci, Monsieur Bar.
And for a moment, he starts to make some calls and some passes some notes between this person and that person in the building to get that arranged for you. And he mentions that it's going to be a little bit of time before he knows an answer, but he kind of sits. Now that he's stood up and done a few things, he kind of sits on the edge of the desk. You're in a unique position to rebuild yourself, Yvette. Make yourself into something that you ordain.
I almost fear for what that could be.
I'm always here to guide you. My door is always open for you.
My coterie is wishing to expand its influence. But few of them know how. Few of them, they struggle to gain a foothold in something as simple as a bar.
It's very common for very young neonates.
And I am unsure as to if I can do the same. I do not understand the intricacies of a pub, but I find myself knowing that I have to assist. But I also know that while they are looking there, I must be looking further.
What the next step might be.
And yet, in this city, so much is already claimed. And I do not wish to end up causing inconvenience to Baron Kane. I have neighbors nearby, Mademoiselle Flynn. I am still unsure of the relationship with her, though I do know that she is of the ministry. I believe that's what they call themselves now. I knew them too long as Setites. Still,
That's quite some time ago.
they will always be snakes.
There will always be the snake in the grass. That much you can expect. That much you can predict about them.
It took me some bit of hesitation to remind myself that Mademoiselle Flynn is supposed ally to Baron Kane. Were these France, I would have already taken her head. And now I must smile and be courteous. But the damage that they have caused to Perry, I remember still.
Understandable that you would have some hesitation, given your past, regarding Miss Flynn. She's, like you said, it's a snake in the grass. But that much you can expect. What you could possibly glean from her is that she's not necessarily the type to upset order. She's more the type of, I suppose, stereotypical ministry here in the U.S. in that she's more of a seductress, tempt you down sort of a past those lines which you dare not cross because X, Y, and Z reasons. But she's always played ball when it came to the order of the city.
If that were to change, rest assured, Monsieur Ball, her body will not be found.
And I suppose I would have no reason to call.
I could not imagine a reason either.
Not at all.
At this exact moment, I am sure that Mademoiselle Pax is waiting on her next feed. I have no doubt that Monsieur Knight will be starting up some forms of trouble, probably something involving his mother or something of the like, and Mademoiselle Deja is looking forward to returning to lay with her pigs. And I am looking at this coterie and wondering how I can end up offering a sense of direction that would bring this alliance of convenience to become something more. After a discussion with Monsieur Douglas, I almost find myself missing him. I regret to inform that I feel very out of my depth. But
That's pretty normal to feel. Out of your depth is going to be a constant companion, especially in your early years. I won't lie to you about that. But what you should keep in mind when it comes to your coterie mates is what drives them. What do they want? And if what they want lines up with you getting what you want, then why not indulge them?
of course,
I don't think this is a new lesson for you.
but it is good to hear nevertheless. My mind is preoccupied by what you said earlier. The idea to remake myself. And I'm unsure as to what form that may take.
Well,
I have time.
you have time. Just as Mr. Ball was not always Mr. Ball.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Bond. I will inevitably speak with you again. And I look forward to the conversation, as these are always the height of my evenings.
It's always a pleasure talking to you, Yvette.
She lowers her head.
And you don't have to bow to me.
Old habits.
Old habits die hard, too.
Is there anything I can do for you, Monsieur Bon? To show my gratitude.
There is something. Something I'd like you to consider. Given that Jacques has all but abandoned you, in fact, has abandoned you as a wayward Ventru, and as your tutor, I would hope one day that perhaps there's a gift I could bestow upon you. Perhaps once you've figured out this whole conundrum about your coterie and guidance.
I look forward to the day. But I've eaten up enough of your time. Consumed. Used up, sorry, I don't know the expression.
It is never a bother. Never, Yvette.
You honor me, Monsieur Bob.
I am here to guide you as the sole Ventru in this city.
I guess since Jacques has taken away my place, that holds more true than ever before. Be well, Monsieur Bow. I look forward to receiving your call.
I look forward to seeing you again, Miss Yvette.
She realizes she was about to lower her head again and pauses. Perhaps disguising it as picking up her case from the side of the chair.
Instead, he notices, and instead he puts out his hand for a handshake.
Delicately, she places her hand in his. Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Bach.
I shouldn't know before too long. I'll send you a message, and you should be able to go straight away.
I'll be sure to hail a cab.
And with that, you leave the office of Mr. Ball. Is there anything you want to do in the interim between the call and having left his office?
I may end up doing an attempt at hunting.
Okay.
Simply because if I must feed Mademoiselle Pax, then I best be prepared.
Best be
for
topped
such
up.
Things.
Yep. So go ahead and make me a feeding roll. What is your usual feeding roll?
Manipulation subterfuge with a specialty.
Okay. Since it is a little bit of a... you're kind of doing this in a rush because you're expecting a phone call, I am going to say it is at a penalty of -1.
So no modifier. Got it. I am willing to... Oh. I'm going to spend a willpower.
Okay.
That'll do it.
That'll do it for your domain. You find someone. It's a little bit of a quick job, and so this is going to take the willpower to be able to stomach, since it is a quick hunting job and not something that you could really kind of spend your time on before getting a little bit of a sip. How much do you take?
1.
1. Okay.
Just enough to top up, but it is exhausting at the very least. Perhaps by the time I hail a cab, they believe me to be drunk or too much wine.
A little too much wine, kind of stumbling over yourself just a little bit, and hailing a cab to be taken to the Baron's place of residence. Baron Kane is a man who prides himself on the niceties. He has a nice home, a nice collection, a nice car out in the driveway. Seems like it has... It's almost as if his abode is a very, very much styled after a museum of sorts. It doesn't quite look like a residence should. It's a bit odd, but you do find yourself reaching this place. And you're kind of held there for a second before you're allowed in to a sort of parlor, kind of a side room that's almost akin to an office. And you spend a little bit of time there before. Now, do you peruse the library before you?
I will look upon the collection, but I will not actively touch anything.
Okay. Make me a wits and awareness. Let's see if something kind of just sticks out to you. All right.
4 successes.
Okay.
That's a really good roll for you, Vet.
Yeah, that's a pretty good roll. The entire room is very nice. It does look like it is the furniture is a little dated, but the striking thing that you find in the kind of the center of the room is the painting above the fireplace. It's of a landscape, but it seems it's very much in a sort of impressionist style that uses very heavy amounts of paint, kind of slathered onto the canvas in sort of a forest and mountain landscape. But it's almost as if you could visually feel the strokes as you see that the paint is kind of globbed on, that it's raised off of the canvas. It's almost as if it's not delicately painted. It is painted in a sort of fury and quickness that's evident, and the frame of it is kind of juxtaposes it in a little bit, in that it's very simple and plain, sort of dark wood, and it's really kind of nice. And what is your intelligence academics pool?
Unfortunately, not too high. I'm fearful to say. 2 dots intelligence, 3 dots, 1 dot academics, making a total of 3.
Okay, go ahead and roll it. Definitely looks like it's from that time period, but aside from artist name or exact date, you have no idea. But it's definitely an intriguing piece. And just as you're admiring the painting, you hear the door on the opposite side open, and that Mr. Kane walks into the room and sees that you're admiring the samples of his collection in this room, and he kind of smiles at you. What do you think?
I am reminded of evening. My last evening when I ended up leaving Perry. imagine that when this was painted, it was growing cold. Final smile of sun dropped upon the leaves, and the final thing a chance to say goodbye to the warmth they knew before the evening fell. I had such a thought on my final evening before I headed across the ocean. It is beautiful.
Yes, it is.
Is it one of yours?
Yes, it is a piece out of my collection. One that I hold rather dear.
If you don't mind me intruding, Monsieur Kane. What is it that gives it such sentimentality?
The feel of it. The feel of quickly trying to capture a memory. A memory that you feel that might be floating away at any moment. We have far too many of those in our days. Then the older you get, the more fleeting they get. Just being able to see one of those memories in a captured state, whether it's a keepsake. Sorry, what?
To know that it was real.
Yes, exactly.
She turns to face the Baron after a final longing gaze at the painting, and then lowers her head to Baron Kane.
He kind of gestures you over towards the couch. That's kind of a 3-seater couch where you both could sit. And he sits to face you.
I seat myself in the center, placing my case between myself and him.
Mr. Ball said you had some rather pressing things you wanted to talk about.
Recent encounters have given me pause, and I thought it best to update you upon the situation, as well as perhaps offer a point of opportunity.
Fantastic.
First and foremost, we were requested to look into a haunting in a construction site just north of here.
Yes, I'm aware of the site.
Are you aware of what was haunting it?
Not exactly. It's not exactly my area of expertise.
A member of the Hernandez family, one who apparently was to be passed in Mexico.
Hernandez. Like,
The Don.
it is a common name, of course.
I cannot be sure, but the response from Mademoiselle Cosetta would imply that it may be far more.
That's certainly something to keep an eye on.
More concerning, it brought to light a leverage that has perhaps gone unnoticed. With the Hecata having secured many of the illicit dealings of the city, It has removed the capabilities of your Nosferatu. Of this I
Yes.
have no doubt you are aware. However, for salt upon the wound, now the Hecata's construction companies have started to make contracts that seal away certain exits from their subterranean abodes, restricting their capability of travel, and more specifically, reducing what it is that they can observe,
Hmm.
given the nature of the Nosferatu. I would find this ill-advised, especially for a rival to be given such an opportunity as to remove any chance of their own dealings being leaked out to yourself.
I do have some influence in some of the upper echelon of the city when it comes to those who are financially capable, donors and the like.
I would be glad to continue to assist you in that, if that is your will. My coterie.
As far as what they could potentially push to have done, I don't know that stopping the construction project can actually be done at this point. It's been bought and paid for.
Perhaps not. But perhaps alternatives. I understand a hesitation when involving my coterie, given the allegiance of Mademoiselle Cosetta. But I have proven myself to be loyal to the barony.
Yeah, that's what concerns me. Not your loyalty, but other members of your coterie. Those who haven't really shown that they would continue to live in this barony.
I cannot speak to Mademoiselle Cosetta, but I do know that Monsieur Knight has showcased a great admiration for your collection.
As any Tremere should, I'm sure.
I am sure. But at the very least, it is a way to end up buying a portion of his loyalty. And I will be in his coterie still, should it please you.
So if I want him to do something, I tease him with a toy.
Perhaps more than that. He is a Tremere, but a Tremere without gentry. I have been told that in Paris, the gentry, were another to enter it, would make you weep at such a collection. I have never seen it, but I knew of the Tremere, and I have no doubt to disbelieve the word. With that in mind, perhaps his baron would be an apt substitute. And it also means that you can stop a potential heir or a potential ally turning enemy, as who in the barony would truly assist him or even understand the nature of what it is he seeks. But I see this room, and I know that worry in your hands He'd be in more capable hands than perhaps even his sire, I dare say. Put him to task, and it may be aided. Perhaps
I've also heard of his reputation, however. A rumor spreads very quickly about Mr. Alistair Knight.
Which rumor would that be?
Rumors of all kinds. Rumors that he's incompetent. Rumors that he's the best in the business. Rumors that he can't keep his lips shut.
And so, when faced with rumor, there is only one thing to do. To have it tested. You must know for yourself, eh?
I suppose you're correct in that one.
So perhaps a proposal. There is an issue with the Nosferatu. You wish to gain ground with them, if only to end up being sure of what it is that the Don is currently doing.
Having eyes on him would be advantageous. But because there's very little in the way of overlap when it comes to the kinds of things he puts in and out of the city, and not really much in the way to contest him, it's
So
definitely
what if
proven
there was a way
difficult.
to contest him?
I'm
The
listening.
Nosferatu are known for their secrecy. All they need is the means. A supposed blind eye. And you need a individual who can take the fall if this is required. Should discovery be made. It would seem that this is the test you are looking for in the first place. He is expendable. He would be serving your interests, but have the deniability to do so. I can use some of my own contacts to perhaps begin placing locations that we can, what is the term, rebuild. Perhaps a storefront or something, but a entranceway, allowing the Nosferatu more freedom of movement. You need not do a thing, not officially. But
Interesting idea.
if the whispers are that it is actually Baron Kane who has permitted it, who has assisted the plight of the Nosferatu, it would weaken the Don's position, strengthen your own. You need not do a thing. If everything goes to shit, then it falls upon this wayward Tremere, who thought he would be such an upstart.
You certainly have a way with proposing win-win situations. I'm intrigued.
I once held the name Lacroix. And
Once.
while others would end up saying that that is laughable, still wish for it to mean something.
Once held.
It is a Ventrue affair. One that I don't share to individuals outside of my clan.
Right.
Besides,
So how should I address you?
Mademoiselle Lacroix until I am... She gestures to the ring. So it is in my best interest that that goes smoothly. Until then, you know me as Lacroix? seems to be the best name to use for the time. Until I have time to reinvent myself.
Very well.
If this proposal interests you, I can end up beginning the legwork on your behalf. Secondly, Mademoiselle Deja is appreciative that you have agreed to her right of domain. I understand that I am speaking as though this is Camarilla tradition. Her turf, I guess I should say.
Well, the only drawback is that, with that being her turf, is that she's not granted the quote-unquote protections that I have to offer, but I
Not
understand
in
why
an
she wanted
official
it.
capacity.
No. Of course not. In a covert possibility, yes, maybe.
But
Suppose that's where you and your coterie come in.
she acknowledges your claim, and you have acknowledged hers. This claim is only solidified by its acknowledgement. So long as you are in power, their right to hold it cannot be contested. So it is in Mademoiselle Deja's best interest that you remain in your current position. Oui?
I would imagine so. But she hasn't shown much. I don't mean to be the sort of nitpicky sort of individual, but
You are a man of taste. If you were not, I'd be disappointed.
it's why those who are here have chosen to stay here, and why those who are not here chose to leave.
Because of the rumors? Or before then?
Curious as to what rumors you mean.
Your counterpart told me that indeed that you are little more than your pardon, Baron. I am simply reiterating the claim that you are indeed in league with the Camarilla. That in some way you are little more than a pretender until then.
I will have you know, Miss LaCroix, that I would rather walk out into the sun than ever join the Camarilla. And he's looking at you with the very serious eyes.
Baron Kane, I believe that to be true. And because of that, I have staked everything upon your barony. But if that is not enough, she gestures to her case, asking permission to open it.
He gestures for you to feel free.
She opens it carefully, very slowly. And she pulls out a French infantry sword, closing the case. You earlier mentioned sentimentality, the attachment to memory, and its importance. She offers the sword to him for a moment.
And he takes it and observes it. Well crafted.
Do you know what you hold in your hands? right now.
French infantry. Let me look at his stats. He would obviously have, like, he would know the era. I just don't personally know it. It's remarkable. Great shape too. Oh, okay.
Napoleonic era.
Okay. Yeah, he would definitely tell you that it's a Napoleonic French.
That blade you hold in your hand once belonged to what we now refer to as Sebastian Lacroix.
Sebastian Lacroix.
His sidearm when he served as a mortal at the side of Napoleon.
That is certainly some history. Certainly fits the era.
I was given to that by Jacques Lacroix when I was accepted as neonate of the Camarilla. It was in hope that I would pass it on to my child. A reminder of where I come from. A reminder of the stock that I have descended from.
Reminder of both home and sire.
Now it is yours.
He kind of lifts his eyebrows at you. Why would you give up such a meaningful piece?
I said I put my stock in Baron Kane. I said I would give everything I have unto his barony and for my coterie, to give them every opportunity that I can, and to aid them in every endeavor that they end up choosing. And while I cannot speak to Mademoiselle Pax in that way, I would shield the rest from such suspicion. My arm, my heart, my life, such as it is. To that, I hold that vow. So much so, I would give that to you, here and now, without second thought. I'm yours to command, Baron Kane. Without hesitation. I just wish I knew what more I could do.
Information on the Boss Hernandez's movements would be welcome, but I don't expect a 24-hour, 7-day-a-week sort of updates, but any important movements I should know about would be greatly appreciated. And I will make sure that I keep this memory safe.
Alas, that leaves me without arm. But I will find something to compensate in time. For now, it is simply important you understand my sincerity.
I do. You wouldn't happen to have proof that this was Sebastian Lacroix, would you? He kind of gives you this sort of sly smile.
Alas, if I did, it would be ties to a prince who once lived in LA. And that would be a masquerade breach waiting to happen.
Mm.
Just know that we carry such things in great esteem.
I definitely understand that the Venture do hold these things in great regard, and to pass a treasure like this on to one's child is expected of a lineage like the Ventures, which is all the more reason I shall keep this safe for you.
The day you return that to me is the day where you have told me that my services are no longer required, and that all debts have been settled. Until then, I will trust you at your word, as I hope you will trust me at mine.
It is all we have in the end, isn't it?
I hope this meeting has been of interest to you, my Baron.
Yes, it's been very fruitful. I hope that, for your sake, that if there is a conflict between myself and the Don Hernandez, that it is not also mirrored in your coterie.
I have been through. Trust in that.
I will trust you in that, Miss LaCroix. As for rent business, consider it paid.
Of course, Baron Kane, and thank you. Is there anything else I can do to be of service?
Not at the moment. I'll be in touch.
She stands, takes her case, which feels so much lighter now, and starts to walk towards the door, awaiting the leave of Baron Kane.
And he gives you the leave. He's kind of sitting on the edge of the couch now, just kind of admiring the sword, scabbard and all. Just kind of admiring the shine, it looks like, since it is very well taken care of and very well made. It's almost like he's entranced by it for a moment before he gives you permission to leave.
I do not hesitate and begin to walk out, hailing a cab, ready to take her home.
All right. Well, it is growing rather late, so I think that should be the point at which we will leave the session for tonight and come back next time with the confrontation between Pax and Boss Hernandez. Thank you guys for playing.
It is good to be back.
I'm glad you guys are all back.
Give me a week or three, I'll get my legs back.
Yes.
Oh, Monsieur Knight, you are going to owe your vet so big for this.
So stupidly. Yep. Yep. She got you your in by buying it with her sword.
Yeah.
I hope Alistair finds out about that.
Well, she'll probably let you know that, hey, I got you in with the Baron to maybe go tour his place. Hey, Hero Zone, thank you so much for the raid.
Oh,
They just got here just as we're finishing up.
Up.
Yep, we're
Oh.
just finishing up. Yeah, welcome everyone. Welcome,
Hello.
welcome. Thank you guys so much for the
I
raid.
love that as we're finishing up, I start having internet issues.
Oh no,
I'm glad that it happened now.
I'm glad it happened now as we're finishing up.
Right?
Yeah, right. Thank you guys so much for raiding in. Thank you so much also for my players for playing. We're going to wrap things up here in just a moment. I hope you guys had fun playing.
Oh,
Always.
yes. And to think, when I stepped into the session, I had no idea what I was going to do.
That ain't the case now. I don't think there's any stains to apply to my my cast members, is there?
No.
No.
No. No.
Does never act
Greg?
against the family come in? Because not Blaze, fucking Pax is making specific moves to separate herself from Don Hernandez.
She hasn't actually acted on that yet. No actions have been taken yet.
I might have a potential stain.
Oh, why?
Yeah.
See no harm comes to those you care about. Does that count as harm tonight?
To Michelle?
Yes.
Michelle wasn't harmed.
No, she's
You
not
brought
hurt.
her out.
Pax kind of covered that up.
Yeah, she
Yeah,
wasn't
well-
hurt. Her memory just got wiped.
Yeah, I didn't know if that counted as harm or
No, because
something acted against them.
what she saw would have hurt her more.
I don't think this counts technically because it's by Yvette's choice. When she says "none may control me" is one of her convictions. But she chose who she served. This is not a
Right.
or anything like that. So I
Yep.
don't think that technically breaks her tenet.
No, I don't think it does either because she's purposefully making herself available for Baron Kane's service in whatever she's good at because she has the things that she's good at, and kind of also doing similar to Mr. Ball as well. So it's by her choice that she's allying herself with these people. Hey, welcome Rosewolf to the Cat Cafe. And so, with those things being, her choice of master, none may control me is more of a tenet versus, with none may control me because control me means lack of consent or lack of freedom to choose or anything like that. And so, yeah, I don't think it
figured
breaks
it's
it.
not, but I wanted to bring it up just in case.
No, I think
All right.
I think we're all good on that. Well, what about recovering willpower by walking towards ambitions or fulfilling some desires?
I think. Go ahead.
Repair the damage done to Pax's body was my desire, and I cleared it entirely.
Nice.
I
Beautiful.
think
And a
Yvette
desire.
has made a strong step towards her ambition, which is she wants to secure a domain around her family.
Yep, she's making steps. She's making power plays to be able to buy whatever portion of domain she wants, more or less. So, yep, I would say that's a good one to recover a willpower with. Anyone else fulfill something?
Reconnect and with and help a member of the coterie.
Yep, you did that. Yep, you're good on that one. What about Alistair?
Alistair didn't get a chance to get to his things tonight because he was too busy trying to.
Feed?
Help Pax.
Feed.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. We'll have to get to that next time, I guess.
Oh no, it's completely fine. It's how the night went.
Yep.
If I could actually make a feeding roll, it
It
might
sounds
have.
funny.
You
It's
spent
like,
4
and now
hours
you
doing
know
it.
why it is. And now you know why it is Yvette does this shit.
Yep. Yep. Well, that does it for that portion. Now we're moving on
Alistair's
to...
the dumbest smart kid you know.
Yeah. But yeah, we're moving on to some experience now. So everybody at the table gets 1 for showing up. Woo! Woo!
Hooray.
Hooray! Then we have some roleplay experience in which we decide who had moved the plot the furthest, who had our best scene for the night, and who had our best line for the night. And then, of course, you in the audience get to also have a hand in the progression of these characters because you also get to choose your favorite. So, be putting in your votes on that as of right now because that's up for another few minutes. But, starting from the top, who moved the plot?
Yvette.
Yeah, Yvette made moves as a true Ventrue would.
Made money moves.
You.
Yeah, I think it's unanimous, Yvette.
Okay, I will gladly take it.
All right. Best scene.
Alistair flubbing or Alistair having to feed.
Alistair feeding Pax.
Put your head in the alligator's mouth. See on how well this turns out.
Yeah, fuck around to find out.
Give him some credit. He was going to take precautions. Nobody just gave him a chance to.
Fucking
fair,
liar.
If Pax wanted your blood fully, there's pretty much jack and shit you can do about it. And Jack left town last week.
Alistair's not exactly the tankiest man.
Well, Alistair has
quite resourceful.
Yeah, I have defenses in place. I'll just say that.
Yeah. But that's not without wasting some of the blood you have still in you.
Yeah, but it makes me not get fully eaten.
What was it? Fucking
depends.
Scorpion's touch for starters is a really good one.
Scorpion's touch
and if someone's feeding from you, you don't have to make a roll. It automatically works.
You do
so
still
I
have
automatically
to make the rouse
flick
for
that.
it, but yeah, but it automatically inflicted pain.
Yeah.
All right.
Nice.
It turns the spicy Capri Sun into very spicy Capri Sun.
Yep, with extra capsaicin.
Much Bernie.
I just think the whole time Alistair's walking around talking on the phone and Pax is healing, Pax is just looking at him like a giant juice box.
Yeah.
Yes,
she really was though.
Like
I'm laughing because it's now Alexander and Deja are now fully aware this entire time. They've been walking around like a little slice of lunch meat, not knowing it.
Yep, they should feel a little uncomfortable.
Deja's had an idea for a while. She just hasn't said anything about it.
Which is fair. Lots of vampires. Ooh, keep all of their feeding taboos and their feeding preferences to themselves.
Alistair had his suspicions, but I'd let them be the wrong suspicions because I think it's funny.
Yeah.
I mean, it was fair enough that he got it wrong too, though.
Yeah. Yep. Well, I guess that gets our best scene for tonight. Alistair feeding Pax. Yeah. Everybody kind of consensus on that.
Yes.
Best line.
So, Pax, what does entitled white boy taste like?
Magic. Yes. That's so
freedom.
I mean, I really wish I could give it to Coffee for talking as Mr. Ball about the what's her name? She always played ball. Oh, really, Mr. Ball? Did she now?
I find it funny. It's funnier if you know who Mr. Ball actually is.
Yeah.
Like, that's the best part.
Speaking of which, Derek, I kind of want to know more about the character's background myself so that I have things to play with in that regard.
Fair enough.
So, brief history would be nice. But But yeah.
We still need a best line.
Yep, best line.
Are we going with Alistair?
I'll give it to Alistair.
Entitled White Boy. Yep.
Okay.
All right. You get it, Mr. Entitled White Boy.
Hey, for once my entitlement works out.
Hey, Lamau. Well, the audience favorite poll is still up, and it's still got some things going on here. We got Alistair in the lead so far, but that could change at any moment because some of you like to do shenanigans.
Oh yeah.
But how did you guys enjoy the session tonight?
Good.
Good.
I'm just like...
I really do want to get to the scene with Dawn and Pax next time because I think that's going to be very impactful. So I'm I wish we didn't have to. I wish we could have gone longer, but we do have to cut it off at some point. And
with the packs ending up locked in someone's basement.
At the very least, you get to stew about what could happen for the next week or so. You're welcome. Cliffhanger. I am a vengeful god.
Very vengeful. Terrifying.
Yep. Well, you all keep coming back for more, so I'm gonna keep doing this until y'all tell me you don't want to anymore.
Yeah.
At least I have a backup character. I'm happy.
I stopped worrying about those with Jackson.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
I have enough
plenty
ideas.
of backups.
I've made so many by this point, whether it's for Denver or
tying
another
it up.
game.
Oh, here we go. Here's the shenanigans. Yvette stole it.
Yvette pulls ahead at the end.
Yep, Yvette stole it at the end. eBay sniped. Ravenstar contributed 12,000 channel points today, so...
Raven.
Yep.
Yeah, honestly, I think it should have gone to Yvette because she had 2 really good scenes.
Ravenstar, it wasn't me. Hashtag,
no, she was the one.
Hashtag puts in 12,000 points to put 12 votes in there. 13 votes in total.
She's the one that tied it up between Yvette, Deja, and Pax.
You know what I'm excited for?
What?
I'm excited for the day where Pax gets a sip of Deja.
Ooh, that'll be fun. Extra spicy.
Hopefully Coffee knows why.
Because Malkavian things.
Memories.
I don't recall. You'll have to PM me.
I will.
Yep, I don't quite recall, but we'll have a chat about that.
It ties in with her daddy.
Yes.
Gives you more to play with.
Yep, and I love toys to play with. So, with that being said, thank you all in the audience here at Coffee Cat Presents for appearing and giving us some love, and thank you so much again, Maddie from the Hero Zone, for raiding into us tonight. Much appreciated. All the support for this channel is much appreciated, because I was just looking earlier, and we're only 34 followers away from 500. And with us celebrating anniversary month this month, when it was last month, we're just celebrating it this month. If we can get it, to 500 by the end of the month, that would be another milestone. So, maybe something special. Maybe something special with 500 followers. We'll have to find out and see. Check the Discord. Or if you have suggestions for what that might be, you could always go into the Discord and post some ideas. But if you guys want to check out our Discord, you can always do so at this Discord link right now. We also are on YouTube, so all of the VODs go on YouTube relatively within the same week if I can help it. Because I like to have that content available to you guys to watch back the VODs if you so desire. And yeah, if you're on YouTube already and you aren't following on Twitch, you really should, because that's where we broadcast episodes live. And so you get to watch these guys, fumble in real time. But yeah.
I do have an expenditure for tonight.
Ooh.
I'm finally going to spend some more experience.
Oh. What you spending it on?
I'm going to pick up Auspex 3.
Get it.
Nice.
Get it.
Now most of the coterie has premonition.
Most of, yep. Yep.
You may all have premonition, but Yvette's the only person in the entire coterie with vision.
Vision?
Vision. Must have vision.
Oh, stop your groaning. You know it to be true.
Beautiful. Beautiful. Well, that does it for us here at Coffee Cat Presents. Thank you guys so much for watching. We're going to lead into a raid, quite possibly, so be on the lookout for the raid notification so that we can give some love to somebody. But yeah, we'll be back tomorrow with some Rebirth, a D&D tale, as the Lucky Sevens are on their way to White Ridge to go and mingle, possibly, with another noble. We'll have to find out. But say goodnight, everybody.
Night.
Night. Hopefully I survive this next encounter.
Wouldn't that be nice?
I promise I'm not too entitled.
Lies.